Hello and welcome to Day 4 of the CCAA 2024 National Golf Championships presented by HSN. We're at RedCrest in King City. Andrew Milani here on the call, and I'll be with you all throughout the day on the 18th hole as we get ready to present men's and women's champions for not only the individual but for the team events as well. Later on, you'll hear from Zach Benoit as well. It's been a very exciting last few days here at RedCrest. A lot of fun covering the 18. A little bit different conditions here weather-wise as well. Yesterday we saw a high of 15. It's going to be a little bit warmer today, although yesterday there was no wind. A little bit of wind here on the hole here today, so it should be interesting to see how that affects the golfers' play here, especially with the different placement of the pin. This is a look of the 18th hole right now. You can see that wind blowing that flag just a little bit. We got the wind coming from the south, and 9 kilometers with gusts of up to 14. That's a look of the bird's eye view from the 18. At the fairway there, and then you got to make a shot to the right. Then of course the green surrounded by a couple of sand traps. So a little bit of a tricky hole. Very few golfers getting birdies, and we have yet to see an eagle on this hole. Most golfers getting par or bogey on this one. The men teeing off from 430, the women from 278 yards out. We're going to get the men here first today, then the women. For the men, Andre Lorendo Boomerang in first place in the team event. Plus 42 Fanshawe Falcons in second place right now at a plus 49. And Champlain St. Lawrence in third right now with 62 at a plus 62. And there are a look at the men's rankings right now. Humber sitting in fourth place, still in medal contention for the team event. Having their best day yesterday, although could not do better than a lot of the competition around them. Obviously, Andre Lorendo and Fanshawe really setting the markers yesterday as the front runners in this competition. It's going to be tough for any of these teams here to catch them today. Andre Lorendo led by Zach Pajot, who shot an amazing 69 yesterday. Only outdone by Mason Gorski of NAIT, visiting here from Edmonton. And second for the men right now, it's Ben Landers. He's behind him by 5 strokes. And Luke Evans, 2 Fanshawe golfers, trying to catch up to the leader from Quebec. They will be teeing off later in the day. Pajot and Evans slated to go off at noon. Ben Landers slated to tee off at 11:50 here today. They'll be teeing off from the 1, so we will see them in the later portion of our segment here. And we are getting ready for our first golfers of the day. This group consisting of Jeremy Hart from SAIT, Quin Doherty of Durham, and Tanner Visser of NAIT. Jeremy Hart teeing off first. His best day was on round 2. That would have been Wednesday, where he shot a 78. Let's see how he does off the tee here. Next up is Tanner Visser from NAIT. Struggled a little bit yesterday, shooting a 107. flying out of his hand there. And lastly, we have Quin Doherty from Durham College. Had his best day on Wednesday as well with an 85. Durham College, of course, in nearby Oshawa, about an hour or so east of here. And it looks like Visser is going to have another shot at this. He's going to take a mulligan with that first one. Much better that time. And that ball finds the middle of the fairway. Great shot. So all three golfers will now make their way to the fairway as we await our next group. Again, consisting of a SAIT, a NAIT, and a Durham golfer. That's going to be Malcolm Garrity, Ethan Johnston, and Nate Kasowski. And there's a look at Visser's ball. Perfectly placed right near the middle of the fairway. Should make his approach on his second stroke there a pretty easy one. Golfers have been doing well to avoid the sand traps. Basically at the end of that first shot there. There's a look at Hart, Doherty, and Visser. Now this is hole 18, but they did start on T10, so they start with the back nine, and then they'll be ending on hole 9 here today. It looks like Jeremy Hart, he's walking near the bush there. That shot getting away from him, obviously. Doherty and Visser walking more towards the middle of the fairway. And it's going to be Jeremy Hart going first here. Getting out his rangefinder. It's going to be a tough approach here. It's a straight shot, but going to want to be careful that you don't get it into the bush. Looks like he's about ready to go here. goes there. Oh, and he overshoots the hole. That's going to go into the rough. Still can save par here. And this is Tanner Visser next. And that one rolls back a little bit, but overall not a bad approach. And I'm now joined by my broadcasting partner, Zach Benoit. How you doing, Zach?
Oh, beautiful day again for some golf action, and pulling into the parking lot here at RedCrest. You can kind of feel the wind, but other than that, in the sun, it's beautiful.
Absolutely. You mentioned it was very little wind that we had to deal with yesterday as Quin Doherty gets ready for his second stroke. Now we got winds of 9 kilometers from the south with gusts of up to 14, so could affect how they approach the pin.
Yeah, remember we heard yesterday that pin will be moving a little bit more center. It does indeed look like it's a little bit more into the center, away from that little dip in on the backside of the green.
All three of the golfers now making their way near the green here. Let's look at Jeremy Hart and Tanner Visser walking together. Both their balls landing pretty close together. The two Alberta golfers here today. But Tanner Visser, the only one to find the green here, or at least close to. Now Quin Doherty has a bit of a tough lie here. Shots on a hill.
We've seen a couple of the shots from just beyond this green here on the backside, right where Doherty is. It's not a bad option. He did the right thing. He got under it, wanted that loft, but just didn't get it far enough out where it'll hit that fringe of the green.
Yeah, tough shot there by Hart. Still attempt to go for a long putt here, although it doesn't look like it. Yeah, just a little bit off the fringe, I think. A little bit too far for that to be a putt attempt.
And a good on the backside of the green right there by Doherty. He popped it over the hill, and he's landed probably, I would say, about 13, 14 feet away from the cup.
It's going to be Tanner Visser next. Got it on the green. It's going to be a long putt attempt here. But we mentioned a little bit of an easier spot for the pin. That's how he does. Oh, very close. Should be able to tap it in there for par.
Yesterday on 18, partner, we saw 5 birdies, 32 pars, and 24 bogeys. It was a pretty solid day when you think about it for these golfers when they're finishing up their round or if they were hitting that midway point of their round.
Not quite enough there from Jeremy Hart.
Hole ranked as the 11th. Number one rank was actually hole 10. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, all the golfers averaging around that four strokes on 18. Some of them obviously going over. We saw 7 double bogeys, and then we saw one that was beyond that double bogey range.
It's going to be Quin Doherty here. It's going for par. Not quite enough on that one. That's going to be a tap in for bogey from there.
And it will be interesting to see, how these golfers adapt to the hole in the new area. It's still towards the back end of that green, so they still have to go up that invert with, in the back of their mind, don't have too much power or it can take off down the little slope on the backside.
Visser, that was Jeremy Hart. He can't make the bogey putt, and he's going to have to settle for double bogey here. Now Visser, this is for par. He's going to make it. So par, a bogey, and a double bogey for our first group of the day. And they finished just in time for our next group to tee off. It's going to be Malcolm Garrity of SAIT, Ethan Johnston of Durham, and Nate Kasowski of NAIT. And it is going to be Malcolm Garrity teeing off first.
He had a pretty solid first 2 days. The round 3 yesterday, I think a couple of golfers, they experienced some difficulties on that 3rd day, and he's just kind of looking to bounce back here.
Looks like a good straight shot. Got some good distance on that as well. Just looks like a little bit off the fairway. Might have gone into the fringe. Now it's going to be Nate Kasowski going next.
Kasowski on the day through 4 rounds, he was +7.
Kasowski, a great shot there. Got right to the right edge of the fairway, though, so it should make it a pretty easy approach to get onto the green. Now it's Ethan Johnston from Durham up next.
He had his second best round yesterday, shooting 85, and updated on our scoreboard, our leaderboard list. Johnston +3 through 4 holes.
Lefty getting ready to tee off.
Looked about just out to the hills on that left side. Another good shot, though. A lot of the lefties, especially, and I think I can say this from my first-hand knowledge of golfing, is just when you come down with a lefty, if you open the club face up even just a little bit, there's going to be a ton of slice.
I got that to draw on the inside.
Top 3 for the men's round looks the same as it did at the start of play yesterday. Zach Pajot sitting at the top. He had a fantastic 3rd round shot under 70, 69. And then Luke Evans and Ben Landers of Fanshawe sitting there in 2nd and 3rd.
back yesterday? There was a seagull right there in the middle fairway,
Yeah.
fairway kind of wreaking havoc. He appears to have flown away today. Not much from the seagull sightings here at hole 18.
I think the best part was that he stood his ground too. You know, he didn't fly away. You know, the players, the golfers, were trying to get him to get out of their line of shot. No, he stood his ground firm. Got a credit. He was defending the homeland.
Yeah.
Just looking at the leaderboards here, and yesterday was actually the second time in all the rounds that a golfer shot under 70. And actually, sorry, it was the first time this, and it happened twice in one day. Mason Gorski as well of NAIT, he shot the best round so far.
68 yesterday.
Yeah. And then Zach Pajot shooting the 69.
So our tournament leader, not disappointing yesterday with an impressive day 3. Can he bring it home today with another impressive day to take the gold medal?
And
we'll
how
see
about
later on?
Yeah, how about even through 3 rounds? Having a very, very good showing.
There's a look at Ethan Johnston taking a look through his rangefinder. He has the longest approach shot here of this trio. And he's going to be the one to go first here. Tough shot here at the top of the hill.
And this was the shot from the lefty we said that, you know, had that little bit of tail. It landed up on that hill there, so the wind kind of blowing in favor of the golfers here.
Yeah, definitely a big advantage for them.
Keep that club face closed with the swing with the lefty here. You don't want it to tail off into the tree.
Oh, and he overshoots the hole there.
That's a beautiful shot right there. Sets himself up to just, you know, chip on and have a good attempt at a par.
Yeah, most definitely. Made the most of a tough shot. And
Yeah.
it will be Malcolm Garrity going next.
Is roughly landing in that around the same area. And what we're seeing so far from this group particularly, you know, it's a good second shot. They're just kind of tailing it off a little bit too much into the rough that's around the green.
Nate Kasowski has a better angle here. Let's see if he can do better than his group mates here. Gets it on the green.
Hey, he'll give himself a chance. It's going to be a long birdie putt, but he gives himself a chance for it.
Their last group, only one was able to find the cup for a par. Let's see if this group could do any better.
So far set up in a pretty good position for all players to try to get a par on it.
Potentially a birdie for Kasowski.
Yeah, the team standings have, well, they've shifted around a little bit. Orondo Boomerang, they still sit up in first. Fanshawe in second. But the St. Lawrence Lions, they have bumped up one spot. The Humber Hawks dropping down to fourth. And even for the women's side of things, I believe it was, yep, RSEQ Women's 1. They have hopped over the Humber Polytonic Hawks, and you know, it's gonna provide some good competition for that women's team division.
Humber came into yesterday leading, now sit 2 strokes back of the Quebec team.
But how about the day that the Quebec team had in round 3, shooting as a team 149. Only the second time it's been done on the women's side for a team. Humber, the only other team to do it, and they did it on day 1.
Yeah, very impressive. Let's see how these lads can do. It's going to be Garrity and Johnston going first, since they're off the green. It will be Johnston going first. Actually, apologies, it will be Garrity. Good chip there, puts him in positions to save par.
A pretty prime position as well for that par putt.
Be Johnston here. Similar shot. Just gets that one on the edge of the fringe. Garrity removes the flag as all three get ready to try and sink their ball into the cup.
Kasowski, like we mentioned, he is in a good position here to go for birdie.
And he nails it for birdie.
How about that? Great putt, put himself in a good spot, and partner, that's the first birdie on the day. We didn't see that until about maybe the 7th to 8th last group.
Kasowski all smiles after that putt. Great way to end off his front 9. This is Johnston. Chest left of the cup there. And this is going to be Garrity for par.
Gonna let Johnston finish, and he'll hit that in for bogey. We did have the next group that looks like they already teed off, and they're making their way over to their ball for the second shots.
And this is Garrity for par. No mistake.
Well, we see a birdie, a par, and a bogey here on the second group on hole 18. But still, what a putt by Kasowski.
Yeah, absolutely. From about 10 yards out too, not very easy, especially considering that you're fighting the incline there on the green for hole 18.
Yeah, and he knew it too. The second he, hit that putt, it was rolling in, he was following the line, and he knew it. He got it.
Now we're joining the next group of Regan Colberg of SAIT, Barrett Potter of Durham, and Rylan Montgomery of Medicine Hat College. Rylan's approach. Not quite able to get that one on the green. There's Regan Colberg.
We just saw Potter hit his shot and went a little bit sailing over the green towards the backside. That's Colberg's day, and he started off in round one very hot. Stumbled a little bit in the second round, and then that third round he bounced back with that 78.
And here's going to be his attempt.
And he's on, but it looks like it's taking it down that incline. So another lengthy putt here, but another birdie opportunity in this next group. Now, partner, you got to credit all these golfers doing a lot of walking in these 4 days.
No carts.
No carts. A luxury just for the coaches.
Not me when I'm golfing. Do you want a cart, sir? Yes, please.
Yes, please. They say it's going to be extra. Sure. I'll pay extra. Don't mind. My legs will thank me later.
Exactly.
So as we patiently wait for this group to just get up to the green to take their shots. Again, it's been beautiful weather. And, you know, the first 2 days it was very, very chilly, and you got to credit these golfers for battling through those elements. But yesterday, even today, it's beautiful weather. This is, you know, you'd think late September weather. You would not think this is middle of October.
No, absolutely not. Very lucky here considering. We will take this every day here.
We know how cold it can get here in northern, or I guess south northern Ontario.
Yeah, just north of Toronto, yeah.
It's hard to say northern Ontario when you're still in the south.
Yes. And we know that some of these, the end of some of the fall sports, how the weather can be, but we are being blessed here today, truly.
Yeah, beautiful weekend. I think it was what was called for, even tomorrow.
It's going to be a long birdie attempt here for Rylan Montgomery. Oh, just hit the cup there and skipped over. Overall, not a bad attempt.
Yeah, had the right line, just a little bit too much power behind it. Rylan, good chance right there, but he's still within a good range for a
par putt.
Yeah.
This is going to be Regan Colberg trying to go for a birdie of his own.
This one should be a par attempt for Durham College.
That
Oh, it
putt
just
goes
rolls.
long. And he's going to be in a little bit of a tricky spot there to save par. This is Colberg to save par. Oh, just on the edge of the cup there.
He had a good line to it, just looked like maybe it's a bit too far right, and it didn't cut back.
This is Montgomery for par.
And again, as this group finishes up, I can just see over the horizon, I guess you'd say, is the next group coming up for their second shots.
And Potter saves par. This is a look at our next group. Feth, Reid, Casavant. And lastly, Keelan, Burzminski. Those were their tee-offs, and there's them now making their way for their second stroke shot.
Fret not, folks. There is a player behind there.
Yeah, it's Keelan Burzminski from Medicine Hat College.
Looked like on his tee shot where he kind of just maybe chunked it a little bit, pulling it.
Yeah. It's a tough shot, but not impossible. We've seen a golfer already here today be able to make it on the green from here. Getting out the rangefinder.
I've always wanted one of those.
Yeah, those are cool. I'm a guy that loves gadgets, so.
Yeah. You ever just go to a golf town and just pick one up and look through the store?
No, I haven't, no.
I've done that a couple times.
Testing the shelves.
Oh yeah, see which one's the best. So it looks like he elects to just kind of play it safe, lays it up just before the gap. Set himself up, try to get a good approach here for a par. For the most part on 18, we've been seeing the players elect to go with the driver. A couple of them have gone with an iron, but yeah, all day yesterday we saw drivers.
Oh, and that one getting away. Not the way Casavant would have wanted that to go. Misses that second fairway there. It's into the rough. And this is going to be Blake Feth of NAIT. After him, it's going to be Burzminski getting ready for his second approach. What can Feth make of this? That one lands just on the edge of the green there.
Yeah, and it slow rolls itself into a spot.
Burzminski, what's he gonna do this with this next one?
Caught that one pretty flush. I think he might have rolled off towards the back side of.
Yeah, it's still rolling
green.
back a little bit.
Gotta call Walmart because the rollbacks came early.
All three golfers making their way to the green. Feth could be in position here for a birdie. It's gonna be a tough. It's gonna be a long par there. There's a look at what this hole looks like from the bird's eye view.
You can hear probably through the microphones the wind picking up a little bit.
Yep.
Haven't really again seen it affect the players too much. To look there at the hole 18 once more. It's a par 4, 430 yards for men.
There's Burzminski and Feth walking together. This is Reid Casavant trying to get it onto the green to set himself up to save par. Not a bad approach.
Yeah, it's a beautiful chip on. Love to see that.
He sets himself up there nicely for a par putt. And next is going to be Burzminski.
Burzminski, he's on his par putt right now. Again, he was the one that kind of chipped it a little bit towards the edge of the lake here. And he just kind of laid up in front of the gap, and he's here now and after his third shot just on the green.
This is a long par putt. Oh, just overshot that. Good line though. Should be makeable for bogey from there. Now this is going to be Blake Feth for birdie. Another long putt. Ooh.
He read the right line and he put it a little bit too far out left.
Very makeable for par from here. Reid Casavant to go first. This is to save par. Feathers that one. Just not enough power there. He's gonna have to settle for bogey with this tap in. And he does. And this is going to be Burzminski for par. Just misses. Back-to-back tap-ins for bogey between Casavant and Burzminski. And this is Feth for par. And he makes it. That's going to be it for that group in the front nine, Casavant, Feth, and Burzminski. Now at least one from all of our groups have got to par here today, and this is looking at our next group. That's Michalicka.
Oh, that's a great shot right there. We can see it bouncing right in front of us beyond that marker. Michalicka, just a great one right there.
Next up, Jadan Patel from SAIT. He's been having a pretty good week here. Shot a very good 73 in round 2. And this is Jace Shannon. He was the first to go, but we're going to check it on him now. That one looked like it kind of sliced in on him.
Actually do this.
Here's a look at Jadan Patel.
Yeah, so a couple good drives off of the tee box there from this group here. I think the best one we saw was Michalicka. He had a beautiful one. It's still just sitting out right in front. You can see it right from where we're sitting beyond the 18.
Yeah, it's going to make his approach shot very easy here. Can we see a chance at birdie?
It's bad that I know this.
Tough shot here for Jace Shannon, the first one to tee off of this group.
This is this back-to-back we've seen in the groups where they kind of land short on the side here by the lake. Last group we saw the player, he decided to lay up, just give himself an easy second shot.
I wonder if Jace just does the same thing here.
This is why I'm on the broadcast table, not on on the greens, because, partner, if I was there, I'd just say, let the big dog eat, just swing.
That makes 2 of us, pal. I've played Mario Golf. I know what I'm doing.
Exactly. There's water there? No, there's not. You just got to clear it. Now, obviously, these golfers, they know the smart play. But us on the broadcast table, we don't. We just go with the biggest swing.
it looks like Jaden's going to go next. Oh, and he overshoots that one. That one went downhill. It's going to be a tough one for Patel to get back onto the green.
Yeah, we've seen a couple players kind of already have those approaches where, you know, they overshoot the green. Early on, the wind, it was blowing in favor of the golfers. They had the wind to their back. It was pushing their ball. So, you know, could club down and just kind of use the wind. Most of the players, though, they've just been electing to say, hey, to go with whatever feels comfortable.
But the wind here has died down. The flag on 18 not moving much. This is Sean Michalicka. We mentioned how he had the best tee shot.
Bounced back after a little bit of a rocky day one, 84. Then he shot under 80 back-to-back rounds. So he's trying to continue that trend here. Keeps going in the right direction, it feels, as the rounds go on.
It can be tough when you have a day one that basically takes you out of contention right away.
Then you have the golfers at the top that have been golfing so well.
Okay, that's down the edge of the green and hangs in there.
Partner, I think that was the best tracking I've done in the last day for any shot onto the green. I saw it all the way. Usually I've been losing it because of this little tree that we have in front of us.
Yep.
Proud to say that I was able to see that one the whole way.
And this is Jace Shannon.
So Shannon actually elected to just lay up like we were discussing earlier. Yeah, not a bad strategy. Just try to set yourself up, get over the top, forget about any possibility of a birdie, and just go straight for a par.
Although for him it's going to be a tough attempt to nail par as well. He's going to have to chip it in from there. Michalicka, and the best shot here of all these golfers to not only save par but get the birdie as well. There's Jace Shannon. There's Jaden Patel. Tough uphill shot here to chip it on the green. There's Michalicka. This is Michalicka for birdie. He's going to look to chip it rather than putt it, though. What can you make of this? Oh, wow. So close. Just about a foot away from being able to nail that birdie. That would have been the best shot we saw here all week. It's going to be easy tap in here for par. Misses that one. And this is going to be Patel to save par. Just a little offline there.
That was a good shot by Patel. Just, like you said, a little bit offline. Unfortunate break right there for that young man.
That'll do it for that group. This is our last men's group of 3 golfers, at least in this segment here that's starting with the back 9. This is going to be Rylan, Hodgson, Cayden Clark, and Cory Pharand, Durham College.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this is the last group of men for this set, and then the once we get back to the men's action, it'll be all the players that are on the top half of the ranking, trying to vie and fight for medals.
That's Cayden Clark there.
It's like Cayden Clark opened the face of that club a little bit.
It's going to be Rylan Hodgson up next, who's been getting better day by day here at RedCrest.
Yeah, you know, Hodgson, it was a very tough day 1, but he's bounced back mightily, shooting just 80 last time out.
In the middle of the fairway. Good tee off. This is Cory Pharand. Looks to go on the right side of the tee box.
Yeah, interesting to see. You know, normally you'd think, you know, with a player swinging from the right side, might want to go to the other side of the tee box just in case, you know, a slice does happen, but Pharand, he knows his swing, he knows how to hit it. And again, this is the hole for the 18, we're seeing a par 4. The men, they're shooting from 430 out, and then the women's, who we're about to see come up here, they're going to be shooting from 278.
Yeah, just a few more group of men here, and then we get 3 groups of women coming up to tie up this early half, I should say, of our day's event. But of course, we are far from over. We're basically going to be streaming until 6 o'clock. We'll have all the action here on hole 18, including championship medal presentations. There's a look at Pharand, Clark, and Hodgson.
And we see one of the players, you know, going towards that lake area. Looked like it trailed off a bit, but might be an okay position to savor it here, to try to just get it over the little breaking of the green. A fairway, I should say, excuse me.
Yeah, it's Cayden Clark who shot just got away from him a bit. Pharand and Hodgson with much easier approaches. And that is Clark there behind that bush. It's a lot closer than some of the other attempts we've seen from down there, so I imagine he's going to try and go for the green.
Yeah, he's in an okay spot. You know, it's still not very easy hitting out of the rough, but like you mentioned, not as far back, and he looks like he has an okay line to just shoot straight for the green. Does just that, but that bounce back wasn't very friendly towards him.
Not that bad though. Can still save par from here. Now it's going to be Cody Pharand. From there, beyond that sand trap, it's going to be a difficult approach for him.
We've seen a couple of golfers having to shoot from roughly the same area, but they've been able to keep it strong. A couple of them actually overshooting the green a pretty good distance.
Yeah, just a difficult angle from here. That wind blowing a little bit again. Could be to Cody's benefit or Cory's benefit here, though. That shot went into the bunker. Rylan Hodgson. The easiest approach out of this trio. Let's see how he does.
Looks like it's on a line. So that'll kick just in front of the hill here.
All 3 in position here to save par. Next group up, it's just a duo here of Mason Gorski of NAIT and Nathan Lepore of Confederation College.
And when you look at Gorski, what he did yesterday, we already talked about it a little bit, but you know, he was one of 2 players that was able to shoot under 70.
Looking for back-to-back. Great days for him.
Yeah, Gorski was sitting through 4 holes. He was sitting tied for top 8, +5 on the day.
And this is Mason Gorski. Getting right for his tee off. We mentioned before, shot an impressive 68 yesterday.
Yeah, and that, you know, really helped him stay within that top 10 ranking here at the CCAA Nationals.
Another great day. Could put him in medal contention. We'll see. Looks good off the tee.
It looks like, though, he sliced it a little bit.
Oh, yeah. That will win beyond the cart path. Lepore, the lefty, about to tee off. Now do it from the tee box. Back from the green, or back to the green rather. This is going to be a Rylan Hodgson. Difficult shot here.
She needs it to sit.
Just stays on the edge of the green.
Yeah, not a bad approach there. Now he'll just have to try to get a good putt down.
Pharand taking a look at the ball. He's just going to place a marker down. This is Cayden Clark for birdie. We almost saw chip in before. Can we get one here? Great shot. That looked like it went off the pin and bounced out.
Hey, he thought he had it. That looked great.
All 3 golfers in this group still in position to save par. Hodgson to go first. This is for par. Just a little off.
Not enough power by Hodgson right there. He's going to, I think, just tap it in.
He's going to have to settle for bogey. This could be Corey Pharand for par. Got it in the bunker earlier. think you'd most certainly take the par after that. Just misses it right. And this is going to be Cayden Clark to save par.
Yeah, Clark had that fantastic chip and hit off the pole.
He makes it. And we are going to go back to our next group of Mason Gorski and Nathan Lepore. It's going to be Nathan Lepore from Confederation going first. From in the bunker, this is going to be tricky. He manages to make it on the green there. Tremendous. In position to get a birdie. Absolutely love to see that. Now it's going to be Gorski from the rough. Great approach,
Fantastic.
just a few feet away from the pin.
He set up beautifully for birdie here in the 18.
Both golfers here in position to get a birdie. And here's a look at our next group. This is going to be Michael Valk from Medicine Hat College and Charles Edmund Prohl from St. Hyacinth. It's going to be Charles Edmund Prohl teeing off first.
And both of these shots pretty good considering where they were laying. I mean, I think the most impressive one was the bunker one right out of the sand to get onto the green to save a chance for a birdie. That's just impressive, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And today we have yet to see a group so far of more than one person save par, and now we have a group where both of them can nail birdie, so it's going to be very interesting to see here. It's going to be Lepore first. Just a little light on that one.
So he tracks it beautifully to give himself a good opportunity at a par. But now all attention kind of turns to Gorski, you know, trying to get his of birdie.
And it looks like Lepore's just going to go for a tap in here. Oh, maybe not. This is going to be a birdie putt here for Gorski. Just misses. Still both golfers here in position to save par. We've yet to have that here today of more than one in a group being able to save par. Lepore for par. Makes that.
And I believe I think Gorski just tapped it in when we weren't paying attention. Here's the tee shots for the final men's group here that started on T10.
That was Charles Edmund Pearl. And this is Michael Volk. Just a live look at Volk and Pearl. Pearl on the left side of your screen and Volk on the right. Volk's gonna have a longer approach shot to make here.
Volk is in that top four. We already kind of discussed that a bit, but through four so far today, he's +3. And don't look now, partner, but Jack Gradix. He's slowly making his way up that leaderboard. He's moved up 2 spots. Through 9, he's even on the day.
Can he make himself, put himself rather back in medal contention? Volk's gonna shoot first.
Again, sitting in 4th place, +11 so far. guys right there, middle of the green.
And not a bad approach. It's going to be Pearl next. He overshoots that one, goes downhill.
Sounded like he caught it flesh.
There's Volk and Pearl both making their way to their balls. I believe it's going to go Pearl. It's going to be Pearl first since he had his ball fall off the green downhill into the rough.
Yeah, he's just still making his way over there.
And I can see the next group getting ready to tee off. It's going to be our first group of ladies here today. Justine Gorham, Ava Stack, and Florence Emelin. Tough lie here for Pearl. Take another look. Chips it on. Good looking chip. Just a few feet away from the hole, so doing well and has the ability here to save par. Now it's going to be Volk here for birdie. Birdie putt. Inching closer, but not quite close enough. Was fighting the uphill there.
Good attempt. Couldn't sink it, unfortunately. Looks like Prohl now will just kind of set up for his shot.
And this could be the second group in a row where both golfers are able to save par. Charles Edmund Prohl to save par. About 10 feet out.
Yeah, they already hit off.
Just misses. It's going to be a tap in there for bogey.
We've seen that a couple of times, partner, where it looks like they have the right line, and then, you know, it's either there's the green's just not breaking the way they're expecting.
I believe this was ranked the 7th hardest hole on here. Goes to show how tricky this course can be. Volk for par, and he saves it.
That's big for Volk again, because he's one of the guys that's trying to vie for a medal right now, sitting top 4. So we will be anxiously awaiting to see him.
And here's a group of ladies that just teed off: Justine Gorham, Ava Stack, and Florence Hamelin. These tee shots happened all earlier. Each one of them getting ready to make their second shot here, their approach. That one hits the fairway. Well hit ball, just a little long, goes beyond the green and down the hill.
Yeah, it looked like it was off that back side of the hill.
And this is Florence Hamelin. All three of these ladies will make their way to the green.
And we're slowly approaching the ending of these groups that started on T number 10, and then we'll switch over to the ones that started on T1. But again, you know, all the action here has just been phenomenal, really,
Yeah.
for the last couple of days, and we're getting treated to another good one here. I think the pin movement on 18 here, it's proved a little bit difficult for some people. We're seeing a lot more bogeys and a couple more double bogeys than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the wind may be playing a little bit of a factor in it today. Had basically no wind yesterday, and here it's been a little on and off here today.
Yeah, it feels like anytime the wind's blowing, it's to the backs of the golfers, and it's pushing their ball out even more.
Yeah, it looks like Florence Amelin may have lost her ball. Could be tricky. Gorham and Stack each inspecting the greens. This is going to be Justine Gorham going first from St. Clair College. Overshot a little bit, but manages to get to stick on the rough stuff. It's going to be Ava Stack up next. And Florence Amelin's going to hit from the fairway again.
Yeah, I couldn't find her ball along the side here, so she elects to shoot again.
Bounces a little bit past the fairway. Onto the rough stuff there on the hill. May have gone into the bunker. And the bunker is where Ava Stack is now.
And we can see just off to the left, the next group there beginning their teeing. Just getting ready to go.
Justine Gorham scoping out the green. And Ava Stack asking for a rules official. Look at our second last group of ladies here, at least in this section on the tees. Bryden Dilly, Taryn Sanderson, and Jade Lecomte. And it looks like Ava Stack is calling the rules official for in regards to her ball in the bunker.
And I think it might be just because, you know, the second shot came through, and when it landed in the bunker, I think the two balls are touching each other, and they obviously, you know, they obviously don't want to have
Hit
to
each
move
other's
one
ball,
or
yeah.
hit one. Yeah, it's obviously when you're on the green, you're able to, you know, put down a ball marker and whatnot, but it's a little bit harder when you're in the sand. So I think we still have the rules official who's checking out the spot where they lie, and
Rules official was on the walkie-talkie here, so
she smoked it over.
looks like the rules official work is done here for now. The ladies can play on. This is Emmeline. Can't make that one.
And I have a little slight delay just because of after everything with the rules official and whatnot. The group behind, they're patiently waiting to tee off. Or not tee off, I should say. They're patiently waiting to hit their second shots.
This is Ava Stack. Great job to find her way back on the green. Just puts it past the pin. But should be able to set herself up there for bogey. is Ava Stack for bogey. She drains it.
Rolls out. Yeah, like I mentioned, that next group, they're patiently waiting on the fairway to take their second shots.
It looks like the group after them is ready in the tee box.
Yeah, again, everything that happened, the rules official kind of slowed down this group here.
Justine Gorham for par. Makes it. That'll do it for that group. They're done there, front nine. And we'll move it on to Brian Dilly, Terrence Anderson, and Jade Lecomte.
Yeah, they've been patiently waiting there on the fairway.
This is Jade Lecomte from John Abbott College.
That one looked like it sailed a bit just over the right side. See Lecomte not really pleased with herself about how that one finished.
Next approach here is going to have to be great if she wants to save par. And this is Brian Dilly.
I believe they have a rules official down there right now helping for the ball. Maybe just unplayable lie.
It's Terrence Anderson who just went for her approach shot.
Yeah, the group that's patiently waiting there in the tee box, it's the final group that teed off at T10. Quin and Visser.
Taking a while here with the rules official. Oh, the seagull.
Partner, if you look beyond the hill there, I think the seagull's returned. He heard us talking.
We have named him Pingu the seal.
The seagull.
The seagull, excuse me. Back with a vengeance here today on Friday, Championship Friday. Just making sure that we know who this golf course really belongs to, yeah, especially this 18th hole.
It's his home. We can't steal it from him. They're still looking for that ball down there. You know, partner, I think they might just have to just let it drop it.
I'm sure Brian Dilly wants to avoid a stroke penalty here at all costs. And partner, look at this. I believe we have 2 seagulls now.
He brought back up. Looks like he brought back up.
Brought a friend. And there's a look at yesterday's, or I should say the scores for the women coming in today. This is the team event where the Quebec team is sitting in first place, but OCAA won, aka the Humber Hawks, not far behind, only 2 strokes behind coming into today. Then Team Alberta number 1, a whole 30 strokes back, but there's going to be a battle there for bronze as OCAA 2 only a few strokes back, but unfortunately Alberta 2 looks like they're going to be way out of medal contention here on day 4.
Yeah, when you look at RSEQ, you got to look at Lang Lois. She's leading the way for them right now. On the day so far, partner through 4, she's 2 under. She is performing. She has really separated the bar between her and Newlands for first in the individuals, but for the team rankings, I mean, she is doing everything that she possibly can right now.
Definitely holding her own end of the bargain there. Humber with a extremely strong day 1. Falling off a little bit day 2, day 3. But again, right there in contention for that gold medal here. And winning it at home would be absolutely massive. And I think we finally came to a solution here with Brian Dilly.
Yeah, again, it's hard to kind of tell, but because of the bush and everything that's in the way, we can't really see. We just kind of have to go off that. Looks like she's ready to take her second shot.
She hit that one. I love the seagull. And we have our next group teed off here, Elisa Cowling and Kiara Resor. This one right now? Gotcha. Do we know which one is which for the other group? This is Alyssa Cowling getting ready to tee off. Taking a few practice swings here. And we're going to take it back out here just outside the green. Dilly, Sanderson, Lecomte. Good attempt there by Sanderson. Oh, and that shot went beyond the green down the hill. And that was Dilly. This is Jade Lecomte.
Yeah, we're just approaching the final two here. Two groups from this T10 time slot. Probably be a little bit of a break between the two. Would guess maximum 20 minutes maybe even less than that.
Time to up the clubhouse, get some grub.
Quick refresher, and then right back to the action.
I don't golf much, but I've been told the clubhouse visit
Always
between the back of the front nine is key.
Always key.
And this is going to be Lecomte for birdie. Will not make it. That's going to be short. And this is going to be Dilly next to chip it back on the green. Good looking chip there. Just about a foot away from the tee, or from the cup rather. And it's gonna be a chip in there for bogey. Sanderson, this is for par. Just misses a little bit to the right. This is going to be Lecomte to save par. This is Dilly. Just misses that one.
Yeah, good putt, just a little bit off to the right. Doesn't tail down.
Makes that. And this is Jade Lecomte, where it's going to be Sanderson first. This is for bogey. Makes that. Lecomte now. Nails that shot. Now we'll turn it over to our final two golfers here that began on 10.
Take a look at their tee shots here, and mentioned there was one extra golfer with them. It's just an extra Humber golfer, just kind of getting around in, because you're only allowed to have 5 golfers on the squad. I believe Humber has 6, so they just allowed the extra one to just kind of join in, jump in with one of the groups.
That was Alyssa Callan you saw first, and then this was Kiara Rezor. Rezor is her approach shot. Excuse me, that's Rezor in black and Cowling in yellow. This is Rezor. Good looking shot there. There's a look at Alyssa Cowling. Very strong day on Wednesday with a 77, sandwiched between a couple low 80s. She's here representing St. Clair College. Kara Reiser, her best day on Wednesday as well with a 95.
Yeah, just trying to bounce back here in the final round, you know, a little bit shaky for Reiser, obviously not where she wanted to be.
Cowling, pretty good approach shot. This is Reeser.
Oh my.
Putt attempt there almost went in from the long shot.
Partner, those long putts are fun to watch.
Especially when they get so close like that.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Great long putt there for Cowling. Able to save par.
That's a big one for her to save par, and hopefully on this last 9 she has, just have a good outing to finish off the 2024 season.
Reeser just can't make that putt. It's a tap in there. One last shot here. The last of our early window.
Yeah, and then again that little break coming through, and then partner, all the people that will be teeing off here on the 18th, it'll be the final time for the 2024 season. And it'll all be the top half of the rankings, which should be very interesting.
That will do it. Look at the final group walking off the 18. Going into the clubhouse for
quick bite.
A quick bite, quick refresher before teeing off for their back 9, which is really the front 9 here at this course. And there's a look at 18, where we are broadcasting from all day here at RedCrest. It's the 2024 CCAA National Golf Championship hosted by Humber College. Once again, Andrew Milani and Zach Benoit here on the call. We're going to take a little break, but we'll be right back for the second groups. Getting right up. See you soon. Welcome back to day number 4 of the 2024 CCAA Golf National Championships here at RedCrest Golf Club, presented by Humber College and sponsored by Ping. Andrew Milani and Zach Benoit here on the call. We are on the 18th all day here. We will be covering this until around 6 p.m. up to and including the gold medal ceremony later on in the evening. Very excited for that. And we are going to get to our final group of golfers here, or final group of groups, if you will, since these are the ones that start on hole number 1 and we'll be ending off on the 18th. First group will consist of Trey Ross from Humber, Colton Day from Georgian, and Stephen Hill from St. Clair. And this is Colton Day from Georgian leading off here. Colton Day, the lefty, up first.
Colton Day on the day so far. He's through 13 and it's at +7. Trey Ross as well, 13 is +7. We have seen a lot of jumping in the standings though, partner.
Yep.
Ben Landers, he's fallen from 2nd all the way to 7th.
Wow.
Jack Gratrix is climbing up. He's in sole possession of 5th place right now.
Now Stephen Hill, you just saw teeing off. And then this is going to be Trey Ross next up for Humber.
And the man we saw earlier today, Michael Volk, he's bumped himself up to top 3. He's currently holding that bronze position. 2 Humber Hawks though are threatening in Daniel Talmadge and Jack Gratrix.
Trey Ross, you can see, has been getting better day by day here. Might be too far out to get medal contention here, especially as he gets into the final hole. All 3 golfers will make their way onto the fairway.
Well, and because we were taking a look at the men's right there, let's take a quick gander over at the women's side. And how about this? OCAA 1, they've had 2 players fall out of the top 3, and it's now occupied by 3 RCEQ players. Rosalie Lang-Lois and Mackenzie Cloutier are sitting 1 and 2, while Jordan Newlands is sitting 3rd. So again, that was the women's standings, but we were talking about the men's. This is what the men's standings looked like coming into today. You can see there, Zach Pajot, he continues to occupy first place. Second place, Luke Evans is there as well. But Ben Landers drops from third all the way down. He's tied for seventh currently. And just jumping him, Michael Volk and Daniel Talmadge, they are battling it out right now for third and fourth place. And then you can see towards the bottom in eighth place, Jack Gratrix. He's had himself a phenomenal day. He's even on the day. And he is bumped up 2 spots to fifth. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one finishes out because, you know, even Pajot and Evans, they're getting a little bit closer. So far in the day through 9, Evans is -2. Pajot, he's shot 1 over par. And the difference between their numbers right now, partner, it's a 5-stroke difference. But that difference from 5th place to 2nd place, that's where things kind of get interesting when you're taking a look at the standings. Only an 8-shot difference from 5th to 2nd. So down this stretch, I'm sure we're going to see some very, very good golf. And again, we'll keep you updated with how things are going in the standings as it gets updated. Because again, this is where things get important here as these two teams, or excuse me, these schools and these players go at it. The Humber men's team, they're holding on to 3rd place right now. They've jumped right back over the St. Lawrence Lions. As for the women's team, they're still holding 2nd place. On the day so far, there's 2 players that are currently shooting 2 under par, and Luke Evans is one of them. He's, again, trying to possibly push Pajot for that number 1 spot, but also further down, and a player that's moved up 7 spots, it's John Van Bilson. He is 2 under par today, and he had a good round yesterday as well. As again, we're watching this first group go.
Ross Day and Hill all making their way for their next shots.
So on your screen you see there Trey Ross. A long putt to go here. And it looks like it'll just fall up a little bit short. Again, that incline on the green, that's kind of played factors today. Ross currently sitting top 40s, just squeaked in there in the 39 area. Right behind him is Barrett Potter.
Great putt there. Oh, tough shot there.
Ross going for the putt here. Oh, just lips out.
This is a look at our next group: Armin Mohammed of Humber, Jack Short of Georgian, and Kilmoran Tate of St. Clair.
We watched Mohammed. He had a good 18-hole last time out yesterday. So Humber, again, they're one of the teams that are fighting for a gold here. The women's team, to be more exact, are the ones that are currently fighting on the day. They are also 1 under par.
Mohammed with a tough shot here.
That shot over the bush. Trying to get a good approach. Looks like he'll do just that. Lands just on the green.
Ron Tate from St. Clair up next.
That's back-to-back shots we've seen right here where the approach is beautiful, but look at that, Andrew. It's just rolling back down that green. That's just what we talked about with that, incline.
Yeah, part of the reason why this 18 can be so tricky. Now Jack Short up for Georgian. All three balls landing pretty closely together.
Yeah, those are 3 really, really good shots. And, why not? This is the first group of, or I should say, sorry, the second group of, this top half of the rankings. And, I mean, that's just a fantastic start. So like you mentioned, all 3 balls landing roughly around each other. So just kind of waiting to see who's going to be the one to take the first shot here. And it looks like possibly it's going to be Armin Muhammad. This is a birdie opportunity for Cal, NAIT, and oh, look at that approach.
Just a little left of the hole.
That's a good putt. Sets him up beautifully for a par. Armin Muhammad taking the shot here for birdie. Again, it was another long putt. See it? Good tracking, good tracking. Again, something similar to the last thing we just saw. It was a good line going up and then just a little bit to the right. Looked like both of these players here, they had the same idea. Is a little bit of a break right, but not able to. And then the final one of this group here, he will be taking his shot. Jack Short, his birdie opportunity. Roughly again, the same area. It's tracking, but it looks like it's going to end up short. Again, that uptick on the hill stops it.
Yeah, that was a big pattern yesterday, especially when when the cup was more in the middle there, or I guess further away from us, where you had a lot of the golfers kind of, overshooting or undershooting, because you got that hill there beneath there, right? So you're mindful of that too, where you don't want to overshoot it so much that goes over and you end up putting yourself in the fringe or even worse into the rough.
So Short will go up here for his par opportunity. Again, all 3 of these players, they approached this hole very well. Set up, and here it goes. Tracking, oh. And the break right there, it broke to the right. I think that's what the other two, NAIT and Muhammad, were hoping we're going to do with their long putts, but right there for Short, it broke.
This could be Muhammad for par. Trains that one.
Trains that for par.
Gets that one as well. It's going to be it for that group. And here's going to be our next group of golfers. OCAA champion Matt Morris for Humber, Chris Miller of Georgian, and Owen Laverty of St. Clair. And this is the aforementioned Matt Morris. Having a little bit of a rough week here, considering he came in as the provincial champion. And this is Chris Miller of Georgian.
And you talked about Matt Morris dropping 3 spots today through 13. He's +6, like the defending champion.
And going back a bit, this is Owen Laverty. You missed his tee shot, but no worry, we'll get to see it right here.
Laverty through 13 is +5. And the players will be off for their second shots.
There's a look at Mohammed Short and Morante.
Players making their way on out. Again, another group, couple good drives. And it
Oh, excuse me, that was Morris, Miller, and Laverty that we're having a look at now.
Kind of checking the way the flag is blown here at the pin. Kind of looks like the wind has changed a little bit. Before it was to the backs of the golfers, now just kind of hitting them in the side. So might expect to see kind of more of that slicing action when the ball's in the air.
Wind picking up here a little bit. In King City, we're getting reports that the wind is 14 with gusts of up to 19. So something a little extra for these golfers to think of as they approach their final hole. Looks like it's going to be Owen Laverty going first, shot it right there by the bunker. What can Laverty do with this tough shot? We've seen some guys make lemonade out of these lemons here.
Hear the drop. Oh, just rolls off the backside of the green there.
Ooh, bit of a tough break.
Yeah, and again, the wind kind of, you can hear it a little bit howling in the microphone.
This is Chris Miller now of Georgian. Just a bit beyond the green and beyond the apron too in the rough, but very makeable shot there.
Yeah.
Could even chip that in for birdie.
Not a bad placement right there at all.
And last, this is Matt Morris. Morris with his approach.
Morris lining up to take his shot here.
Thank you.
And a fantastic,
Wow.
fantastic shot onto the green right there. Will set him up beautifully for a birdie. Look at that, partner. That's about 7, maybe 8 feet out. That is a great, great shot.
Prime position there.
Somebody is reversing in one of those golf carts.
Yeah.
So we'll have opportunities right here, and I think the best one is Matt Morris after that really beautiful second shot to get onto the green. But before he takes his shot, we'll have a couple. Looks like a player is going to elect to use the putter instead of the chipper. Instead of a wedge, I should say. It's been a long day in the sun.
It certainly has been. Definitely a tough putt from here.
So the putt goes on, tracking all right, and just short.
It's going to be a tap in here for par. Another close putt there. It's going to be a tap in from about a foot or two out. Back-to-back pars. This could be Matt Morris for birdie.
Yeah, back-to-back pars. This has been a very, very good hole for this group. And like you mentioned, Matt Morris will try to solidify it off here with a par. Again, the reigning provincial champion. It's been a little bit of a tough go here. You see he's sitting in the top 22 right now. Putt is up and it's good. It's a great birdie right there for Matt Morris, as that will wrap up this group here. Fantastic approach from all three golfers.
Yeah. 2 pars and a birdie. And here's a look at our next group. Humber's Jack Gratrix, excuse me. Gavin Prosser of Georgian and Simon Moyer of St. Clair. And this is Gratrix getting ready to tee off, and he does.
And Gratrix, this is a player to watch, partner, because yeah, when he was sitting at the 13th, he was climbing up the leaderboard sitting at even. And he's trying to make his way up into top 5. He's currently sitting in 6th right now.
That's Simon Moyer of St. Clair. And then here is Gavin Prosser of Georgian, the lefty.
So the players approaching to take their second shot. And again, the player in this group to watch out for, Jack. He is climbing up the rankings for Humber. He's trying to get himself maybe into medal contention. Again, leaderboard hasn't fully updated through 13 yet. We're still waiting on it. And partner, hold on. We have some changing. Zach Pajot has officially dropped out of first place.
Wow.
Luke Evans, who's having a sensational final round, is shooting 2 under par right now. He currently occupies first. Michael Volk holding on to third. And Daniel Talmadge is sitting in fourth right now. Things are going to be interesting coming down to the wire here.
Absolutely. This is Gratrix. Getting ready for his approach.
And it'll be interesting to see how Gratrix approaches this one. Again, we've seen a couple of shots from the bunker where it's tailed over the green. Currently no wind, or no wind that's being shown by the flag anyway. Ooh, almost a really, really good shot.
Yeah, just beyond the green.
Yeah, if it had a little bit of that spin back, oof, that could have looked pretty, and it could have been a really promising birdie opportunity. But it looks like he will go with the chip in to try to hit it for a par.
I believe it'll be Gavin Prosser from Georgian going next.
Things are still neck and neck in the women's standings for the teams.
Yep.
2 shots separating Humber and RSEQ. Looks like the Hawks, for the men's side, they're solidifying position of third place right now. Fanshawe trying to close the gap between Andre Laurando Boomerang, but Boomerang, it's a pretty wide margin right now, up 9 strokes as we're coming to the ending of this final day.
Yeah, Humber back in bronze medal position, but with the 27 stroke deficit to number 1, it's going to be tough for them to come back into gold medal position. Look at Humber athlete Jack Gratrix.
And there he is, Jack Gratrix.
Certainly sitting in 6th place right now, so not out of medal contention just about yet.
Yeah, now it's through 13, so obviously we're waiting to see the final updated total. but through 13 he was shooting even. And again, Ben Landers, it's been an unfortunate day for him. He drops 2 spots and tied for 4th and +7 on the day. And Zach Pajot +5. John Van Bilson, though, he is -3. He is shooting 3 under on the day. He's making a late surge. He's already jumped 7 spots, partner, and he has an opportunity to go up some more.
Gratrix is going to go first.
So this chip in is for birdie. Good chip. Oh, just a little bit off to the right.
Not a bad attempt, though. It's going to be a long birdie attempt for Gavin Broster here.
You can see he's lining it up.
There it is. Gets it pretty close to the cup.
Yeah, that's impressive to see. Look at that. That's sitting about 3-4 feet away. That's a fantastic putt, especially with that distance.
This is Simon Moyer for birdie. Good looking putt,
just
a little
falls
short.
short. We've seen some really good putting here
Yeah,
on
we
the
have.
final day. And I mean, even yesterday there were some big moments, but wow, that one just falling short.
And all 3 here with a chance at making par. This is Gratrix for par. Just gets that one off the right edge there. Tough pill to swallow.
So this is, looks like it's going to be Gratrix. This is to save par, and, well, partner, just to end what seems to have been a pretty successful day for him.
This is for bogey now. makes that one.
He ends his day.
Now it's going to be Gavin Prosser to save par.
Prosser just trying to line it up here. He's jumped up 3 spots so far in the day. Through 13, he was +2. Went from sitting in 16th to tied for 13th and sinks that one down.
2 pars and a bogey between this group. And we'll take a look at the next group that just teed off, led by Humber's Daniel Talmage.
And Daniel Talmage, he's had himself a really good day as well. He's moved up the standings, up 1 spot, tied for 4th. He sits 2 shots behind Michael Volk, but that was, again, back through 13. We hasn't been fully updated just yet.
And there's Graham McDougall. 3 of them now on their way to make their approach shots.
So is the golfers just kind of getting ready and set? This group, we saw yesterday on 18 that Graham McDougall, he had a beautiful, beautiful approach to the hole. He was actually the first person to get a birdie on 18 yesterday. When it took a while. I think it was about the 8th or 9th group that was finally able to get a birdie. Graham, it's been a little bit of a rough go for him today. He's dropped 14 positions. He's sitting at 23rd right now. Spencer Higginbottom, though, he's moved up 2. He's just outside the top 10. And then we've already talked about Daniel Talmage. He is currently fighting for top 4.
And this is Higginbottom right now for St. Clair. As the farthest approach shot. Just beyond the green, rolled a little bit downhill. Still can save it from there. Looks like it's going to be Daniel Talmage next.
anxiously waiting, you know, just to see the updated scores of where we're
Yeah.
sitting, because this is interesting to me. Seeing Zach Pajot drop out of first, partner, he has been the pinnacle of consistent over the first 3 rounds, and to see round 4, like a little bit of slip up, you know, it's kind of interesting. Brings a little bit of life here to the standings.
Here's Talmadge with his approach. And it's back on the fairway. Now it's going to be Graham McDougall.
With a good piece right there. Sailed over, I believe, though.
All 3 golfers now making their way closer. Graham McDougall still out there, though. And we'll turn it over to our next group getting ready to tee off. It's Efrael Vesna Ouellette, Griffin Rowe, and William Bellavance. This is Griffin Rowe of Fanshawe starting us off.
Good drive right down the middle there by Rowe. And again, as these golfers finish, the crowd around the area here at 18 gets bigger and bigger, because everybody wants to see who will be crowned the gold medal and the the national champion.
This is William Bellavant. Excuse me, this is Raphael Vesna Ouellette.
Fantastic drive right there. Oh, looked like he didn't really like it, though, on the tail end of it.
Of St. Lawrence.
Like you said, Bellavance, he's been trying to have a better day than he's had in the past couple. He's dropped 5 spots so far today. He's sitting in the top 30, though. Good approach.
Spencer Higginbottom putting it back on the green. Nice little chip shot there. This is Daniel Talmadge getting ready for his next approach. He's going to go for a long putt here.
I was going to say a little lengthy of a putt for birdie, though. Again, Talmadge is just trying to get it close. If he can't sink the birdie, just make it a good par putt. One of those players, again, that's fighting for top spots. He's moved up one, tied for fourth. He's trying to catch Michael Volk, who we saw earlier. Bugs are coming out here. Putts off. It's going, looks like it's going to be short though, yeah.
All three in position here to make par though. This is McDougal for par.
Oh,
just rolls wide there.
Yeah,
frustrating.
That break. Oh, that break last second is a tough one for McDougal.
Talmadge for par.
Oh.
Just lips out. He's just going to tap it in from here. Couple bogeys to get us started in this group. This is going to be Higginbottom for par. Can't make that either, so this group's struggling.
Yeah, it's tough on the green. The putts are the tough part for this group, but that'll end up doing it for them.
First group today where no one's hit par. We'll pick it back up with the next group.
Yeah, they're already out there waiting for their second shot. So as the golfers come in and they get their score updated again for all the players that have already finished, we'll be sure to try to keep you updated as much as possible. Don't worry, folks, I am constantly refreshing the page non-stop. So Jack Gratrix, he was a player we were watching. He will finish currently in 7th place. He finished +1 on the day, +14 total. And I think the one me and you are patiently waiting to see, Daniel Talmadge, seeing if he has jumped Michael Volk or, you know, if Pajot has dropped any further. But it looks pretty clear that the battle right now for 2nd and 1st, it's mostly between Pajot and Evans. They're being only separated by 2 strokes, and 3rd place, it's sitting at 5 strokes back.
And we're going to see them at the end of the men's group here, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that one shakes out.
I know we're also patiently waiting for the women's group to come through here, but partner, how about the woman that sits in 1st, Rosalie Lang-Lois, through 9 today, 4 under.
Wow.
She is putting on a show. Can't wait to see what she does on 18. And then Mackenzie Cloutier, she's +3 on the day, tied for 2nd with Jordan Newlands. But Susan Chen, she's knocking on the door, only 4 strokes back.
This is Griffin Rowe of Fanshawe getting ready to make his approach. Nice job to get it on the green.
Oh, rolling back a little bit though, again that incline, which has played tricks for golfers all day long and really all nationals long, makes its case again.
And here's a look at our group getting ready to tee off. Daniel Ainge Morency, Austin Kuyak, and Edward Laflamme.
Again, this group, like you said, patiently waiting to tee off, and the group that's on the course right now, they're just walking their way towards the green.
Morency tees off. Austin Kuyak of Fanshawe.
Currently top 27 as he looks to take his first shot here on this par 4.
And back to our previous group. Our golfer here is in the bunker.
You see the tip top of his hat. We've had a couple players go down in the bunker here, and it's, you know, we had one, the ref was called to talk about situation going on. I think the balls were touching in the sand.
Yeah. This is Griffin Rowe. Long putt. Not quite enough. It's William Bellavance.
Bellavance going for the long putt here. Oh, just missing.
All three with the chance for par here. Bellavance up first.
Good sink right there.
A great job to save par. Another shot there. And lastly, it's going to be Griffin Rowe.
Getting closer to the top players here in this men's ranking.
And he saves par. Right.
So he saves par, and we'll be going on towards our next group. So again, they're all patiently waiting. Daniel A. Morency, Austin Kuyak, and Eduardo Laflemme. Looks like Austin Kuyak will be the first one to shoot here. His second shot goes down. Beautiful approach on the backside of that green. And it stays on. I believe this last one to shoot is Edward Laflemme. Good approach right here. So a quick updated look at the standings. Michael Volk has dropped out of third, and he's dropped to top 6. Ben Landers and Daniel Talmadge, they are currently both tied for second. It all kind of depends on what Ben Landers does. Sorry, for third. So as we sit here again, Luke Evans, he is occupied first. Zach Pajot drops to second. Ben Landers and Daniel Talmadge, they are currently in a battle here for third place, and actually the score just got updated. So Talmadge, he sits with a final score of plus 13. Ben Landers through 16 is at plus 12. Daniel Ong Morrissey's taking his second shot here. So again, because we're getting our scores in from all these teams, it's looking like John Van Bilson, He is still making his way up. He has moved up 10 spots. He is on 16, shooting 4 under par. He is definitely somebody to watch headed into these final couple holes here for bronze. Pajot and Evans still hasn't been updated through 13, but it's Evans who is 2 under par. Pajot 5 over today.
This is LaFlamme. Long putt. Just a little wide.
The 2 most hated words in Buffalo sports. Wide right.
Oof. Someone on this broadcast team won't like that comment. I'm not going to say who.
So patiently waiting here for these final couple rounds to go through. The men's standings, things have shaken up and it's gotten very interesting.
This is Morency. Again, just low wide.
Morency, he's moved up into top 10. And he's trying to hold off from dropping into a tie with Spencer Higginbottom. Morency shooting +2 on the day.
Another missed putt. Putting has been so good, especially early on in the day, but this last few groups struggling with these putts a little bit here down the stretch.
Yeah, and I think some of the players understanding that, you know, maybe the pressure's getting to them a little bit with knowing the standings, knowing where certain players have finished.
That one from very close, that was missed. He's going to have to settle for bogey. This is going to be a very important one, not only for himself, but for the Fanshawe team as well. Sitting only a couple strokes back.
And yeah, I was going to say, hang on, partner, because it's a big putt right there. Fanshawe as a team, they are only 2 strokes back of Andre Laurando Boomerang.
Wow.
And that is massive. Humber College, they look like they've completely locked up third place. As St. Lawrence, they are 11 strokes behind them. So the Hawks, they hold on to third. Now it's just a final battle of first and second for the men's teams.
And this is the group that just teed off. It's Simon Menard of Andre Laurento, John Van Bilsen of Fanshawe, and Justin Gingras of St. Lawrence.
So the interesting one to watch here is John Van Bilsen, because he might be able to crack his way onto the podium.
And the very interesting thing, too, is that these last three men's group, these are the last three for the day. Each of them, one's Fanshawe and one Andre Laurento. So this is going to come right down to the end here. Very exciting here at RedCrest.
It'll be very interesting to say the least, partner. It's getting interesting. These last couple of groups, looking at the standings, things are getting tighter now. You can see Van Bilsen plus 13. He has just gone on a rampage. Under 4, and that's a great shot.
And who said golf was boring? Am I right, partner?
Exactly. So he is just about on that fringe. It's not that far of a putt. He realistically could birdie this, but it's going to be a long putt.
Justin Gingras hits it. Nice and close to the pin there.
Simon Menard just trying to hold on to top 10. He's currently tied for 8th, sitting in 7th position overall.
Simon Menard.
Two very beautiful approaches, but that just kind of rolls back down.
Yeah, rolls a little bit off. Still on the green, though.
Okay, well, this is where things can continue to get very interesting. John Van Bilsen.
One of the leaders here.
Yep, he is looking to try to continue his hot ways. He's jumped 10 positions here on the final day.
Still in contention for that bronze medal as well.
Yep, he's fighting with his fellow college teammate, Ben Landers. Landers has had a little bit of a rough one, +7. So just another look here at Van Bilsen's shot. It was a good swing, and then it tails off just towards that fringe. So the 3 players here approaching. A birdie for Van Bilsen, and things can get very, very wild.
Wouldn't expect anything less from the final day of the national championships. Just waiting to see who's going to go first here.
Menard will be the first one to go here.
This could be a long birdie attempt.
Has the speed. Oh, just couldn't find that line.
He's going to put a marker.
Here's maybe one of the biggest putts of this tournament. John Van Bilsen trying to go for birdie. As we know right now, he's plus 13. If he hits this, he'll be tied for third. Here's the putt. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit off trailing, but no, a little bit weak. So he will hold at plus 13 to our knowledge for now. On 17, he could have birdied as well. We don't know. But nonetheless, that's a par right there for Van Bilsen. That'll end his day. But what a day it was. He battled. He, by far, had the best day of round. He had best round out of everybody. -4 on the day.
And even if he is out of medal contention for the individual, he could still help his team get the national championship. So a big day either way you cut it. Gingras for birdie, just offline. Should be 3 makeable ones to save par for this trio. Here's Simon Menard.
This is putt for par.
Just offline there. That's got to sting.
So he'll fall into a tie of 9th place at plus 19. But again, we patiently wait to see the final score for John Van Bilsen, who started the day in 14th place, and he ends it fighting for top 4, where that's the lowest he'll sit. It just depends on if he got a birdie on 17 or not. That's kind of the final question we have here. So the group that just teed off right there, that is Ben Landers, who started the day in 2nd place. Landers is +7 on the day. And that is through 17 as well. So if he pars, he holds on to 3rd place.
There's Nicolas Girard of Andre Lorendo.
Girard has an opportunity to jump up to 8th place. He's currently tied for top 9. But again, partner, if Ben Landers, if he pars this hole, then it's going to be him holding on to bronze. And then we'll have our final battle of Evans and Pajot.
It's a pay-per-view matchup here, the national championships.
How about Simon Muir right here? Started the day in 27th, and he moves up to top 13.
-1 on the day, very impressive.
We saw a lot of big jumps and a couple of big falls, but for the most part, the one that we're keeping an eye on right now, it's Ben Landers. Because
And we have a tie now for first place in the men's team event between Fanshawe
57-57.
This is going to get spicy, partner.
We haven't even started talking about the women's matchups yet, because the men's one, we have some sparks flying here. Fanshawe have been propelled by just some fantastic play. And to think about it, you know, if Ben Landers, if he had a better day or he was able to do what he was doing throughout rounds 1 through 3, you know, he would be pretty all right. Fanshawe, they'd be in control right now.
Yeah.
But you also got to credit the other Fanshawe Falcons that stepped up. And I think the biggest one was John Van Bilson.
Huge day for him.
Huge day for him. He propels his squad up. So Ben Landers, is that his shot went way right. He is behind the trees over here, partner. And I wonder how it would work, because if he bogeys this hole, we go into a 3-way tie for third.
Wow. Hope the CCAA brought multiple bronze medals in this case.
Just waiting on the total of Van Bilson. If he parred 17, then, you know, we don't need to worry about anything. We don't know if he parred 17, because on the website right now it says through 16, he's plus 13 on the day, or on the tournament.
Should be updated soon, though, you'd think.
Yeah, we're hoping to get it very, very shortly. Again, once we do, we will give it to you lovely folks at home. But the man we're looking for is the man in red, and he is right there off to the right side of your screen. So, not sure if they had to play a drop or not. But it is Landers who are watching with a keen eye. Dropped on, beautiful approach.
And we are being told that if there is a tie for the team events, we will play a playoff hole.
We'll keep that broadcasted to you as best we can. And how about St. Clair jumping up in the team division to 4th? Moved up from 6th.
A little too far back to get medal contention, but it's a good improvement nonetheless.
And I think Landers just had a fantastic, fantastic shot. He's just off right over here by the hole.
Got nice applause from his Fanshawe teammates.
So we anxiously follow that man right there, Ben Landers. Again, he pars. He takes the bronze medal. He bogeys. And we look at a 3-way tie for bronze.
And our last men's group for the day, our leaders, Zach Pajot of Andre Lorendo, Luke Evans of Fanshawe, and Thomas Dumont of St. Lawrence. And that is Zach Pajot, currently at the tee.
And we are anxiously waiting to see the ending, but
Zach has been the leader for most of the week, but he's fallen behind Luke Evans just a bit here.
so here are the scenarios for the 17th. If Pajot, if he birdies and Evans bogeys, we're a tie for first.
Very tight here.
All Evans has to do is par. All the pressure put on to Pajot.
And back to the green. Where's Gerard, Landers, and Grenier?
So this is a big one here. He's just trying to set himself up to par. If he does, he's a bronze medalist here at the CCAA Nationals. Gerard, he's going for a par here as well. Trying to solidify top 10.
Not quite on target. This is Thomas Grenier. Long putt for him. Rolling along, does it have it? No, but that's going to be a tap in from there.
And partner, Andre Lorando, they've taken a 2-stroke lead in the team category as well. So again, the same scenario happens. When it comes down to it, if Pajot birdies and Evan, if he bogeys, we go into a tie not only for individuals but for the men's as well. First and foremost, this putt here from Ben Landers is massive. Not only for him to try to solidify third, but to also possibly help his team solidify in the standings. There's the putt. It's tracking, and oh!
Just a bit short. Bad break.
He'll tap in for par. Ben Landers is your CCAA National Bronze Medalist.
And he's got to feel pretty happy about his week here.
A little bit of a rough stretch to end his round of his round 4. He was +7 today. But he hands it over now to Luke Evans, who's going up against Zach Pajot. So actually, partner, I reverse it for the team. If Luke Evans birdies and Pajot bogeys, then we'll go into a tie for teams. But if it's the other way around, then we go into a tie for the individuals.
Could be some late drama here at RedCrest. We'll see. That one just lips out. Tough break for Gerard. He's going to have to settle here for, I believe that would be double bogey.
And if that's the case, then we're tied up again. Team standings.
Wow. It's going to come down to Pajot and Evans.
So a double bogey here. We'll wait to get official confirmation. But if that in fact is a double bogey, we're tied in the team standings.
All right, back to the tee where we're going to catch up a little bit. So this is Luke Evans.
Yeah, this is your leader, Luke Evans. It's a line drive, it looked like.
And this is Thomas Dumont of St. Lawrence. Again, this is the final men's group here. Not only is this going to be the battle for the individual championship, but the teams as well. Zach Pajot of Andre Lorendo and Luke Evans of Fanshawe will be the ones to settle the score here. And of course, we have 3 groups left, all women. And that's going to put a bow on the women's team and individual events. And this whole tournament before we get to our medal and trophy ceremonies.
So these are big here.
And this is Zach Pajot. His approach. And that's a good one. Can it hang on the green?
So
yes, it can.
He sets himself up for a birdie. And it all comes down to what can Luke Evans do?
But first, it's Thomas Dumont.
That was Thomas Dumont's shot right there.
Not bad.
Luke Evans up by 2 strokes on Zach Pajot, who he stumbled a little bit here on Championship Friday. Evans at one point on the day, he was 4 under.
Still at -1, a tremendous day so far.
+4 total in the national championship. We're all following this one. And that is beautiful, and it looks like it's going to be right beside, maybe rolling a little bit further.
Yeah, just on the apron there.
So what about this? The players that are battling it out here for first, their shots land directly beside each other. It's going to be interesting coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, you couldn't have written a better script if you give it to Hollywood.
Just waiting for the official scores to come in from that last group ahead of this one. But again, if that was a double bogey for Menard, then we are tied.
Yeah.
And it comes down to this. Not only does it come down this for Pajot to try to sneak back into first, but the teams. This is what it's all about. Pajot, he's looking for a birdie.
You're going to go right for the putt. And I see no reason why you shouldn't.
And Evans shooting after Pajot. This could be massive for him. He can get a good read on how the ball's breaking up that hill.
Yeah, so advantage Evans in this case.
I guess that's what you get when you're sitting number 1.
Yep.
So Pajot looks like he will be the first one to attempt it.
Very interesting. Championship implications with these next two.
And of course, obviously, they most likely both know what's at stake here, partner, and how important it is. Pajot and Evans.
It's going to be Dumont first. Can't quite find the pin. That one goes a little long.
So all Luke Evans has to do is watch. So it actually looks like it's going to be Luke Evans first.
Yeah, he was a little further away by the looks of it.
So this is a big time putt here. If Evans drains the birdie, this is over. He's captured first, but it looks like he's going to do it short and play it safe. So if he sinks that putt, it solidifies him as a national gold medalist. But if Pajot sinks this putt, his team will go ahead. A big time putt with big time implications.
And here's Pajot.
He steps up for it, and he's taking his time. He has been analyzing this green the entire time from every angle possible. Pajot desperately trying to help his team take gold as a national champion.
Pajot for birdie.
It's tracking, but it looks like it's going to be short.
Yeah, kind of curled away there as well.
So again, barring any big misses, that should solidify Luke Evans as your national gold medalist in the CCAA. Again, we patiently wait to see the team stats because those haven't come in yet.
Dumont to save par. Can't quite get that in.
As it stands right now, Andre, Laurent, Boomerang, they are still ahead. But this putt right here for Luke Evans.
This is going to seal it if he makes it.
Exactly. This will solidify himself in the history books of CCAA athletes for golf. Looking for the gold. Evans is lining up his putt. It's off. Luke Evans has secured the gold. But now an even bigger putt, because if the points stay up till what we thought they were from last, the group that was before, the two teams are tied, and we would have to go to a bonus hole. Big moment here for Pajot. And Pajot sinks it. So I'm kind of basing off the reactions, partner, but I think that Andre Laurando boomerangs, I think they know that they did solidify gold for the teams. But we'll take a look at Luke Evans, that putt that solidified him as a national gold medalist.
Yeah, it has to be an amazing feeling. Doing it not too far from home as well. Of course, an Ontario athlete.
Well, we're not done just yet because we still have the women's side, and they're still playing. So these two teams, as much as they want to celebrate, they got to kind of shift it on over. But that was a big, big finish right there. I mean, the implications were high. Things got intense and interesting very, very quickly. Yep. But again, congratulations to Luke Evans from Fanshawe, who captures gold for the men's individuals. And again, Andre Laurando boomerang, they capture gold for the moment right now. It seems they capture gold for the teams. And there it is again. Your 2024 golf national gold medalist, Luke Evans.
Getting some hugs from friends and family here. And he has got to be absolutely thrilled with this result.
Ecstatic, yeah.
Wasn't straightforward, was not leader for most of the week, but found a way to push through on this final day, and I mean, that's what champions are made of, aren't they?
For sure, and I mean, got to credit Fanshawe. They battled, and especially Van Bilson, he went nuclear, it felt like, for the side of the Fanshawe Falcons really today in that final round. Brought the total for the team standings down to within 2 strokes. It was so close. Those two schools battled it out. Again, we're patiently waiting for the official word, but as of right now, what it stands, Andre Laurando boomerang, they are your team gold medalists, but again, for individuals, it is none other than Luke Evans.
And we're going to turn it over to the ladies. 3 groups left to go here. It's not over yet. We have Sofia DeZordo, Aline Sergio Perjodo, and Ella Dolan.
I mean, wow, looking at the numbers right now and the rankings for the women's, Rosalie Lang-Lois, 5 under. She is running away with it, and I think she might have solidified her title here in this one. Through 13 holes, she's 5 under. Jordan Newland's the next closest to her.
11 strokes back.
Yeah, that is tough. And it looks like that RSEQ women's team, RSEQ 1 to be exact, is running away with it over Humber, who are currently second.
Looks like a little bit less drama for the end here with the women's, but you never know. It's not over till it's over with golf.
OCAA 2, they're completed on the day, and it looks like they'll secure 3rd place as a team. So they'll go home with the bronze.
Nice ball there, finding its way into the fairway. Yeah, it looks like they're looking for one of the balls that may have gone into the bush.
Yeah, they have a official out there.
Shot out of the sand trap.
I think on the close side here, we have another player as well in the sand trap.
It's going to be a chip and attempt from here. Close to the pin there, not a bad job.
Yeah, beautiful shot right there. Nice little moment happening beside us here, partner. Not sure if you heard it, but Luke Evans comes out of the clubhouse. He's hugging his family, says, "I'm a national champion now." All in smiles, and you know he's smiling ear to ear.
Great to see. Jogo from Humber. Chip shot. Can she get it near the pin? Not bad right there. Looks like our next group is getting ready to tee off. sails right past the hole.
Yeah, good putt right there. Just a little bit offline.
Short putt here. Just past the cup. Was over anticipating how steep the green was there. That's going to be a tap in from there.
Yeah, that'll end her day.
Lane Sergio Perjogo.
Yeah, Lane, she's bumped up 2 spots.
Just past. Couple short putts here, and that's going to be it for this group.
We have 6 more golfers, and then partner, we're done for what has been a lengthy 4 days of golf action here in RedCrest, but it's been a fun bunch of days here, especially.
Absolutely.
Can't wait to see this last group here going, because Lang Lois, she's now -6 on the day.
Incredible. Incredible. Elaine drains it.
Elaine moved up from 8th spot up to 6th, and she shot even on the day, so it's a good day from her.
And just teeing off is the trio of Mackenzie Cloutier, Susan Chen, and Lauren Sutka.
Susan Chen does have a chance to possibly break into this top 3. She sits 2 strokes back of Mackenzie Cloutier.
Each of them now getting ready to make their approach shots. It's going to be Lauren Sutka going first. Representing Team Alberta 1. Gets that one on the green. Nice shot. Next up is going to be Mackenzie Cloutier, representing La Belle Provence here today.
Again, this is the battle for third is what we're witnessing here between Cloutier and Chen. Kind of the same thing we were seeing with Pajot and Evans. If one player beats the other by 2 strokes, then things get interesting. That's kind of what we're at right here with Chen and Cloutier.
And last but not least, this is going to be Susan Chen from Humber. And that's going to roll down the fairway. And just on the apron.
Look at that shot we have of our cameraman dropping to a knee. Gets all the angles, cameraman Diego.
The best in the business.
He knows what he's doing.
These 3 ladies now making their way onto this final part of the fairway and onto the green. Looking to wrap up their days, but we still have one more group after this, including Rosalie Langlois. A look there at Susan Chen. Currently sitting in 4th place for Humber. Just out of medal contention. She would have to, birdie and Cloutier would have to bogey this hole for them to split the bronze medal.
Credit to Chen though, she battled and battled, had a hard day today, +7. Cloutier gave her a run though, she went +9.
Cloutier's gonna have to chip it in from here. If she gets it in the hole, this would seal the bronze medal for her. Just past the hole. It looks like we have our final group. We're about ready to tee off. Lauren Suka. Look at Susan Chen there. Chen, this is for birdie.
Ooh, just rolling around. Chen, that was a good putt. Just a little bit off, and she'll pick it up here. Coming to the tail end of this one, Mr. Milani. very, very close to putting the 2024 Golf National Championship to bed. We've already announced, or we already found out the winners of the men's side of the bracket. Now the women, they're finishing up. And I think this one's just a little bit clearer of a story. Rosalie, she had herself a fantastic last day, 5 under par.
This is Lauren Suka. This is for birdie. Good looking line. Just rolls off there to the left. All three ladies here, a chance to save par. This could be a tap in from there, saves par. This is going to be Cloutier to save par and for the national bronze medal. Just lips out. This could be a tap in here from Bogey. Makes that. And that should still be good enough for the bronze medal.
Yeah, she'll win by 1 stroke. Susan Chen's oh so close on the day to trying to capture a bronze medal here for the Humber Hawks. But nonetheless, that'll also help when it comes to continuing to hold their spot in the team standings. It's a little bit hard now with just the last couple of groups, and yeah, Humber sitting, I believe, 7 strokes behind.
Jen for par. Makes that. And that's going to be the end for these ladies, and we'll take it to our final group of the day. This is Jordan Newlands from Humber teeing off. This is Long Louise, our tournament leader. This is Ella Gifford. This day feeling a lot quicker than it was yesterday. It felt like we were wrapping up around 6 yesterday. Golfers really feeling it here this afternoon and into the evening.
Yeah, and a lot of good shots here on 18, 17 as well.
This is Newlands. Taking a step back to reassess her shot. Goes for it there. It's going to land on the fairway. It's going to roll back a little bit. This is Ella Gifford. goes off there.
And this is our final group. The final leaders here for the women.
Their shot there, this one.
So, partner, just quickly, the men's standings, it is official. Andre Lorondo Boomerang, Fanshawe Falcons, and the Humber Hawks. That's your 1, 2, and 3 for the team standings.
Elise getting applause from her teammates at Andre Lorendo.
And I'm pretty sure the women's standings, it looks like it'll be official. So watching the setup, right there is Ella Gifford.
This is Gifford. Tough shot here in the bunker. Just back on the apron. Newlands, great shot there. Just a little offline, but a great chip.
Yeah, it's fantastic right there by Newlands. Yeah, she's trying to solidify her day and solidify her position as a silver medalist.
Rosalie Langolis. This could be a long birdie attempt here, but could be doable.
And then just what a fourth round she has had. 5 under par.
Incredible.
Just shows you how big it is when you have a big performance in a final day. Her and Newlands were neck and neck for first, and Newlands went +8, and Langolois went -5.
Langolis really turned it up the last couple days. And that's about as close as you could ask for a putt that far out. Incredible.
I think they're gonna let her finish it. Nope, she's gonna put it down.
Still going to adhere to proper golf etiquette.
Of course.
At least for the time being. Long putt here for Gifford on the apron, the edge of the apron. This is for par. It's going to need a friendly roll, just goes wide. And it's going to probably be Newlands going next. Or no, they're going to give. Yeah, it will be Newlands. Gifford here for bogey. Just wide right. Newlands makes par.
It's going to be a silver medal for Jordan Newlands.
Gifford for double bogey. She trains that. Gifford will finish in 8th place. And this is the tournament leader and soon to be crowned national champion, Rosalie Langlois. She drains that, gets the par, and that will do it for our CCAA National Championships. Rosalie Langlois, our CCAA Women's Individual Golf National Champion. And she is all smiles after that one, and I'm sure you can imagine why, partner.
Of course. She had a fantastic day, and I mean, it is a well-deserved gold medal for Rosalie. Again, -5 on the last round of play really solidified it for her.
Everything coming up her today, and she has got to be very proud of not only her performance today, but all throughout these 4 days here at RedCrest. Getting some hugs from her teammates and coaches at Andre Lorendo. And that gold medal weighs a little bit, but I'm sure that's going to feel as light as a feather on the bus ride back home to Quebec.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like you mentioned, not only did she win gold, but the RSEQ Women's won. They also won gold. Humber taking 2nd and OCAA number 2 taking 3rd. But they'll go get their scorecards checked, and then we'll shift our way over to the medal presentation. You see it right over there on the other side of the practice green. But what a loaded 4 days it has been, and it's been a fun 4 days.
So especially these last two that we've been broadcasting, Zach, and it's been plenty of fun between me, you, and we had, of course, Matt Hamill here yesterday talking a lot of golf. And it's just been a pleasure here from Humber and RedCrest. Quite a successful last few days, I'd say.
Yeah, and as the sun comes and slowly starts setting here over a beautiful, beautiful course here in RedCrest. We're excited to see the medal ceremony.
Yeah. A couple nice shots there at the beauty we see here at RedCrest. We're going to just take a short little break here, and we'll be right back. The medal and trophy presentation. Stick around.
I assume some of these must be, like, I feel like you could have like